ground in the area that are monitoring weather data. And also we're keeping tabs on the weather direction. We also have some particulate maps up here that we're taking a look at just to keep tabs on the air quality index, so we can get kind of an idea of what that particulate level is looking like. Again, we're going to have to keep tabs on the radiation levels over the next few hours here as this kind of unfolds. At this time, though, it does look like the reactors themselves are in a safe condition. However, we will need to get more information on that. It does look like, yeah, that might be Russian hardware moving up the road in the center there, the center of the screen. We're still getting confirmation on if that's Russian forces or if that is Ukrainian forces. It is hard to tell at this time. It is believed, however, to be Russian forces advancing on the plant. So I got word here that the building to the front right of the cam was also on fire earlier. The bright spot in front of the building on the right was a defensive vehicle of some sort that they hit. They hit it and it was burning at that time. So yeah, it doesn't look like the control building itself is on fire. It looks like that is most likely that combined auxiliary building that we were looking at there on the map. We're still getting some more updates coming in here, guys. Okay, so we do have confirmation. One of our analysts over on the Discord, he just got back to me and he analyzed some of the images coming off the cam here. Those vehicles that just moved up and that we see moving up the center there now are confirmed to be Russian forces. As per the we can see the Z's clearly on the trucks and the vehicles that are moving up in a convoy now up that center road there. Yeah, again, guys, we've been seeing artillery, mortars, RPGs. We've been seeing a very heavy amount of a fire coming in the direction of those reactors. So this is a very dangerous situation. It's a very heated battle going on within just a short distance of these nuclear reactors. Again, for those wondering which building is on fire, it is unconfirmed, but it does look to be that combined auxiliary building towards the right side. Okay, so I have a more accurate map now, actually, of what's going on here. This is a better view here. So the Russian forces are moving up this road here towards the plant. These are our reactors here behind our camera, which is positioned here on the administrative building. There's a fire in this building here. On the layout, that auxiliary building is actually over here. So we are still unsure as to what building here is on fire, but we're going to get more information on that. It does sound like our air raid sirens are sounding in Kiev at this time. I'm going to try to take that audio just down a little bit here. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on what's going on in Kiev, but I'm going to switch back over to that cam at the nuclear plant here. So again, switching back over to our other cameras here. We are hearing air raid sirens sounding off in Kiev. Okay, we're going to switch back over to our power plant camera here. We will keep an eye on what is going on in Kiev, though, so stand by for information on that, guys. They have been sounding air raid sirens multiple times tonight. Again, we're seeing some flashing here in the background. Again, for those just tuning in, this is a live feed out of that nuclear power plant in Ukraine, where Russian forces are currently moving up on the plant. We are unsure at this time if Ukrainian forces are still trying to repel the Russian attack. However, it did seem as if the Russians had moved up closer to the plant. You can see some of their vehicles there coming up that road there in the center. We have confirmed that those are Russian vehicles moving up at this time, and those are Russian forces on the ground. We are waiting to hear more. At this time, it does look like the situation with the reactors themselves is stable. However, we're going to have to wait to get more information on that. We are keeping an eye on the radiological monitoring sites for this plant. So we will keep tabs on that data. Again, the camera was just panned by the remote operator. You can see that building there in the distance, still on fire. We are still getting confirmation as to what that building exactly is. The auxiliary building is a little bit off to the right side of the camera here. We're unsure what that building is there, but the reactors are positioned directly behind where this camera is. Again, we're going to wait to get more information on that. We also see some smoke from a fire that is rising over here on the left side of the cam as well. There we saw some other incoming fire there. A lot more incoming fire here. Again, it looks like they're firing on a position possibly in or around that building. It is hard to tell. I have been informed that prior to the flares falling, there was a few big hits on the reactor side. We are still trying to get confirmed information on the status of those nuclear reactors, so stand by on that. Yeah, some other people speculating that another large explosion there. Some other people are speculating that that could be another administration building over there. We have been told that the building that the camera is currently on top of, right below us, is the administrative building. In fact, the front doors to that building are directly below the edge of the roof there. Clennon over on our Discord, she reports that it's most likely the training and education building for site workers that we see there that is on fire. However, again, we are still trying to get some more concrete information on that at this time. For those just tuning in, we are seeing a battle over the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Again, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. We are seeing Russian forces moving up the road there in the center. That is Russian hardware you are looking at on the ground. They are currently contesting over the nuclear power plant. The Ukrainian forces are there on the ground, attempting to repel this attack. We are still trying to get status on the nuclear reactors. We do have people keeping an eye on the radiological monitoring sites and the data coming from those. This is very similar to the situation we saw unfold in Chernobyl just the other day. We saw a battle for the plant in Chernobyl there, the active reactor that is still there. And shortly after, we did see spikes in the radiological from those monitoring sites there in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. We are still waiting to get more information here, though, guys, as the minutes go by. So stand by. Okay, so we do have confirmation here. It does look like the reports that the first power unit was being repaired. However, there was no removal of the nuclear fuel from the first power unit. Again, guys, this is a very dangerous situation unfolding here. We will keep you up to date as we get more information in. Again, we can see that building on the right side there, what is believed to be some kind of either administrative or an educational training center for the plant workers that we are seeing on fire there. Again, for those of you just tuning in, we are witnessing the Russian forces are advancing on this nuclear power plant in Ukraine. They are still fighting over the plant at this time. There's some of our analysts over in the Discord are speculating that it's possibly a defensive counterattack or an evacuation attempt by Ukrainian forces that we witnessed a second ago when we saw that escalation of fire. Again, we have people also taking a look into the wind patterns at this time and keeping an eye on those. We still don't have concrete information on the status of those nuclear reactors. Looks like winds are going southeast at the moment from the reactor. So Ukraine's foreign minister has come out and called Russia to immediately end fighting at the nuclear power plant and provide access to firefighters. He quotes, "If it blows up, it'll be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. Russians must immediately cease the fire, allow firefighters establish a security zone." That is, again, from the foreign minister of Ukraine. There is word that possibly a fire truck is approaching the plant. That could be some of the lights you see there in the center of the cam approaching the plant. That could be a fire truck as they try to get this fire resolved here at the plant. Yeah, we're still waiting to get more updates in here. It does look like there it is possibly a fire truck that is trying to get through to the plant now at this time. We're waiting to get more updates on that. So it does look like with this type of nuclear reactor, the shutdown and safety systems that they do have in place should be able to mitigate any risk of a meltdown occurring. However, the real danger here is possibly one of those reactors getting struck directly. There is still nuclear fuel inside them at this time. Again, this is a pretty devastating situation here going on the ground here at this power plant in Ukraine. We can only imagine what is going on for not only the plant workers, but those firefighters that are currently en route to put out this fire here. It does look like there is a fire truck trying to get through at this time. However, we are unable to confirm the status on that. It does look like some Russian forces are moving along what seems to be a armored vehicle there on the road as they try to approach the building. The fire continues to burn on that building to the right. Again, guys, we still don't have status on the condition of the reactors at this time. We will keep you guys posted on that as we get updates. Okay, it does look like that is the fire truck there that we can see up the road. We are waiting to get confirmation on that, though, but that is possible that is that fire truck that is trying to get through for the fire. We are still seeing sporadic tracer fire here. You just saw on the screen. Yeah, again, guys, the reactors are just right behind this camera to the left. We were showing maps of that a moment ago. We will get those back up on screen here again shortly to show you guys the positioning here. But yeah, there is definitely danger close for those reactors. If one was to be struck by an artillery shell or any other type of munition, it could be a definite problem here. For those on the ground around the plant, we're keeping an eye on not only the radiological data coming out of the plant's monitoring sites, we are also keeping an eye on wind patterns as well. Sin actually just reports in. He says radiation levels are slowly rising at the plant. Possibly that Unit 1 was hit. We're keeping an eye on that situation. Again, we will need to get more concrete information. This is unfolding very similarly to how the Chernobyl battle unfolded just the other day. The Russians took control of that plant as well up in the exclusion zone. Shortly after that plant, after the battle for that plant, we did see spikes in the radiation levels coming from the monitoring sites on the ground. It did turn out that one of the radiological waste containment facilities had been struck. It does look like now that there is a possibility that the radiation levels are rising here at this plant. Again, we're getting that data off of the plant's website. They do have monitoring sites set up for the plant. We are going to wait to get you more concrete information on those levels and the status of the nuclear reactors at this time, guys. Again, we do not know enough information at this time. Again, for those just tuning in, this is an ongoing battle that is occurring at the Zaporizhia power plant here in Ukraine. It's one of the largest nuclear power plants in Europe. It supplies 1/5 of Ukraine's electricity. Again, we are still trying to get a status on if the Ukrainian troops are still trying to repel the attack. From the exchanges of gunfire that we are seeing, it does look like it is possible that they are still trying to repel the attack of the Russians. A few moments ago, though, we were seeing Russian vehicles moving up that road there. In fact, there seems to be still forces on the ground on that road. We are also seeing what looks to be some lights, possibly from emergency vehicles off in the distance. There is word that those are firefighters trying to get to the site. However, we don't believe that they are going to be able to put out that fire if the firefight is ongoing. It does look like those fire trucks are retreating. We are still waiting to get confirmation on that. It does look like the fires are still burning at the plant here. We do have word possibly that those radiation levels are rising at the plant slowly. We have to, again, get more information on that for you guys. We don't want to jump to any assumptions here. However, it is danger close for those reactors. They are right behind to the left of this camera. We did have word that one of the buildings possibly got struck by some munitions earlier. However, we're unclear at this time if it has been damaged or what the status is of those. We do know that there is still nuclear fuel inside those buildings. So we are getting a report out now, unconfirmed. It does look like possibly that reactors 2 and 3 have been safely shut down. We are still waiting to get further word on that at this time. So this in from the representative of the station's press service. Occupiers hit the first power unit of the nuclear power plant. Due to the shelling, rescuers could not start extinguishing the fire. There's no information about the violation of the radiation background yet, so we are still waiting to get more information there on the condition of those reactors at this time. So stand by for that, guys. Again, we are waiting to get more concrete information on the status of those nuclear reactors. There were some reports coming in that possibly there was a slight increase in radiation levels. We are monitoring the levels coming out of the official plant website. At this time, it doesn't look like we're seeing any increase in the data coming in off of those monitoring sites, but it could be delayed. So we have to wait to get some more information on that. Again, for those of you just tuning in, we are witnessing a battle unfold here for the Zaporizhia power plant here in Ukraine. It's one of the largest in Europe. It supplies 1/5 of the power to Ukraine. We have been watching this battle unfold now for about 6 hours. Really, it's taken off over the past hour or so. We have seen exchanges of gunfire here, both large munitions as well as small arms fire. For a while there, it looked like the fire trucks were approaching the plant. It now looks like they have turned around to evacuate due to the ongoing conflict on the ground. As again, we're still unsure of the condition of the reactors. We are hoping that those reactors are safe. It does look like it's possible that two to three of the reactors have been safely shut down at this time. However, we're still unsure of the other reactors that are on site. We do know that there's still radioactive fuel rods in place in these reactor buildings. So it's definitely a dangerous situation going on the ground at this time. So we've been told it's possible that those fire brigades had been turned away. They were not allowed to approach the factory due to the ongoing fighting. It is unclear if they retreated for their own safety or if they were ordered to by the Russian forces. Still unclear at this time. So we are hearing that government officials have told the Associated Press. Again, this is all unconfirmed, guys. We are waiting for more concrete information to come out, but it is possible that the radiation levels are being detected. Elevated levels of radiation are being detected near the site of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, which provides about 25% of the country's power generation. The officials spoke on the condition of anonymity because the information has not yet been publicly released. That is from Bloomberg. We are still waiting to hear more information on that situation at this time. So it does seem here, guys, like it could be possible that the elevated levels are possibly due to the emergency shutdown process, which is reported to have some subsequent off-gassing and thus increase levels slightly of that radioactive material being reported on these monitoring stations. However, again, it's unconfirmed. We need to wait to get more concrete information here. Again, yeah, for those that are interested in taking a look at the radiation monitoring sites for this area, those links can be found in the Discord server. Alternatively, if you guys can post them in the live chat, you are free to do so at this time for anybody that is curious and wants to look at those. Again, we're keeping an eye on those levels coming out of these monitoring sites. The data can be a bit delayed, so we need to wait to get some more concrete information on what's going on here. We're having sporadic reports, some saying that the levels are slightly elevated, possibly that one of the reactor buildings was damaged. However, we are unsure at this time, and we are waiting to get more concrete information. Again, we believe that the building we see on fire is either the training. It's a training and educational building for plant workers, and/or it's another administration building. The building that our camera is mounted on is directly above the main primary administration building. In fact, the front door is right over the edge there of the roof, down towards the ground. And the nuclear reactors are positioned directly behind this camera to the left. So those are definitely within the danger zone here of this ongoing battle on the ground here for this nuclear plant. Again, we're not hearing any other further word about the firefighters. We heard that they were called into the area and that they have either been ordered to leave the area until the battle is over, or they possibly have retreated for their own safety. We are unsure at this time. We're waiting to get more information. Again, this is a live feed, guys, coming out of the Zaporizhia the Zaporizhia power plant, nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Yeah, again, just a reminder for everybody. So it's not just the risk of the reactors being hit. Some of these auxiliary buildings that we have been speaking of have large stores of spent fuel in dry storage. So it is possible that those could be easily struck and damaged. So this is definitely a dangerous situation here. Again, you can see the plant manager is remotely operating the cam. I believe they are trying to get eyes on to verify if certain control systems for the reactors have been damaged. We are waiting to get more information. It could be that this camera gets taken down very shortly by Russian troops that are in the facility. So we are going to have to keep an eye on this camera and the situation on the ground. So again, guys, we are getting more information here on the situation. Again, it does look like the reactors themselves are not the primary risk. However, if one of those did get struck, it would not be good. However, the real danger is the spent fuel dry storage facilities, which are on site. There is a possibility that some of that dry fuel storage could be damaged, which would release some radioactive material. Again, we're keeping an eye on the radiological monitoring stations, as well as the wind patterns, particulate levels, as well as the weather on the ground here in and around the power plant. We'll be bringing you guys more information on that here shortly. Again, it looked like the plant operator was possibly using the remote control of the cam again here. It does look like the angle has been tilted down. We're going to have to wait to see if we get that angle back up for you guys, but it could be that this camera is going to be taken offline. So again, it looks like the camera was moved there. We're still unsure as to the status on the ground here, if Ukrainians are still trying to repel the attack. We believe there is still exchanges of fire happening on the ground between the Ukrainian Defense Forces and the Russian occupiers. We're going to have to get more concrete information as it comes in for you guys. Again, we do have confirmed reports that administrative building and or a training and education building is on fire off to the right side there. It's kind of hard to see with this angle. Again, it looks like our camera is being moved around there again. All right, so again, we're going to wait to see if that feed, it does look like that feed might be cutting out at this time. However, we are keeping an eye on it. You can see the fire in the background, actually. Let me just open it up. Wait, yeah, let me switch back 1 second. You can still see the fire burning in the background there. If you look at the top of the screen, you can see the glow on the IR from that fire burning over there on that administration building. Okay, it looks like they have changed the angle back. Yeah, you can definitely see that building is still burning there in the background. So we do have some unverified local reports from the area saying it's possible the Ukrainian forces have surrendered and are retreating near the nuclear plant. However, this is still unconfirmed, and we will need to get more information on it at this time. We have been seeing signs of continuing exchanges of gunfire here. Again, we are keeping an eye on not only the situation with the battle here unfolding on the ground, but also keeping tabs on the radiation levels as well as the other statistical data we have coming out of the area of the plant. We are keeping an eye as well on wind patterns and on the weather patterns as this situation unfolds. Again, we were speaking to this earlier. The real danger here is not so much the reactors themselves. However, it is the possibility that some of those dry fuel containment areas will be hit, and that would possibly release some radioactive material. There is still fuel rods in the reactors. We do have reports that possibly 2 to 3 of those reactors have been shut down. We do not have any confirmed reports on the situation on the other reactors. It does look like they have initiated some emergency shutdown at the plant. We did see some reports that possibly there was elevated radiation levels coming out of the area. However, this is still unverified. There was some speculation this could be due to the emergency shutdown process, which could have some subsequent off-gassing, which would release a small portion of radioactive material, which could be triggering that slight increase on those levels. Again, we have to wait to get more concrete information on it, and we'll bring that to you guys soon here. So stand by. Okay, so it does look like our power plant feed here has frozen up. We're going to try to get that back up for you guys here, so stand by. It does look like that possibly that feed has gone down. I'm going to try to get that back up for you guys now. Yeah, it looks like possibly this camera is getting bogged down with traffic at this time. However, we do have it back up here for you, and we are going to keep an eye on it. The connection is definitely destabilized on the camera now at this time. So again, we are going to keep an eye on the situation at this nuclear plant. Some other information coming out here from the plant spokesman telling Ukrainian TV that that a reactor is on fire. The reactor that is on fire is under renovation and is not operating, but there is nuclear fuel inside it. Again, I'll get this camera full screen for you guys so you can take a look. The connection to our camera at the plant is destabilizing, but we're going to try to keep it on screen here. You can see another building. It's believed to be an administrative building of some sort is still smoldering over there on the left. It is possible that they are looking to get that fire put out. We're unsure if there are fire trucks on the ground at this time. It had looked like they had retreated from the area, but we are still waiting to get more confirmed information. Again, for those of you just tuning in, we are keeping an eye on this battle that is occurring here at the power plant in Ukraine. According to Andrei Tuz, the spokesperson of the press service of the nuclear power plant, it does look like there's no threat of radiation spread at this time. There was a report from that same spokesperson that said the nuclear plant, one of the reactors is on fire. However, the reactor that is on fire was one that was being worked on and under construction. There is nuclear fuel inside it. However, that is again still unconfirmed. Yeah, correct. It was in maintenance. It doesn't look like the fuel was removed from that. However, we are still trying to get more information. Another report coming out here from Ukraine now says firefighters have been allowed to enter the nuclear power plant. Again, we're still waiting to get more reports out of the area. So it does look like that camera has gone down again. We're going to see if we can get that back up for you guys here. So stand by. Yeah, the camera is definitely having connection issues. Okay, I do have it. We do have it back here. Let me get it up on screen. Again, it does look like the connection is destabilizing as so many people try to access this camera. All right, here it is. You can still see that building smoldering, possibly on fire on the left side. It's still unclear if firefighters are on the ground, and we will have to keep an eye on this as more information comes in. So we have reporting coming out now that is confirming firefighters have been confirmed on the scene. We are still waiting to get information if they have put out those fires. It does look like that fire on that right side may have been put out, possibly by those firefighters that are on the ground. So there is a large area in the plant grounds with open and exposed fuel rods that have been encased in concrete. There is a very large possibility that those could be struck and possibly damaged, spewing radioactive material into the area. So that is the primary concern at this time. Yeah, again, guys, we are still kind of struggling to get the consistent feed here out of these cameras. It's reportedly about 50 to 60,000 people are trying to tap into this camera feed at this time. It is still up. It is just, as I said, kind of struggling to get a consistent feed into you. Again, for those just tuning in, we are watching this battle unfold at this nuclear power plant in Ukraine. I've gotten some information here on the reactor type and the operational safety in place at that reactor. The reactor is powered by a thorium-based fuel cycle, uranium-223 produced from the element thorium. This fuel cycle is considered safer than raw uranium and plutonium. The reactors have fail-safe systems in place in the event of damage with primary and secondary systems. Full shutdown is achieved by fully inserting all of the fuel rods and flushing the system. Minor radiation level increase in the coolant system is normal when flushing. So with that emergency shutdown, it is consistent that we could see some possible increase in radioactive material being detected on those monitoring stations, but it's only a very small level produced as subsequent off-gassing occurs from the shutdown process in this reactor. The reactor is very stable when rods are fully inserted and powered down. Reactors have a cushion, so to speak, of boron carbide used as an absorption material for radiation. Major reactor failure is unlikely unless one was directly damaged and became open, so exposed, maybe due to a large explosion. In other words, unless they put a projectile through one of the reactors, there should not be a danger of meltdown. Now, of course, back to what we were saying a second ago, there is exposed fuel, expended fuel containment there on site, and if that was struck, that also would release radioactive material into the environment, into the air locally there. So we do have to keep an eye on the situation as it unfolds here. Again, we are hearing reports that firefighters are on the ground, but the fire is reportedly still ongoing. There is still also reports that exchanges of gunfire are occurring on the ground as well. So as of 8 a.m. this morning, one second here to make sure. So as of 8 a.m. this morning, according to the Ukraine's regulator, 3 of the 6 reactors were connected to the grid. However, the other 3 were offline. However, all of the units will need cooling if they have any fuel inside, and it does look like all of them do at this time. So there is a very real possibility that if power got knocked out and the redundant systems that were in place were unable to function properly, that there could be a problem here. Again, though, the safety, from what it looks like for this type of reactor, that there are safety protocols in place for an emergency shutdown, which has reportedly begun to occur or has already occurred. So there is a report as well out that there are still Ukrainian forces in the building on the right side of the camera that you see there, guys. We saw a short while ago there was an outburst of fire from the Russian forces directed at that building. Some are speculating that it is a museum. We've also heard reports that it is a administrative and educational / training facility for the plant workers. We are still unclear as to the specifics of what that building is there. However, there are reports that there are still Ukrainian defense forces in that building, and that there are exchanges of gunfire occurring. Again, I'm going to need to refresh that camera. It does look like it may have gone down. Stand by while I get that feedback up for you guys. Nope. Okay, so it does look like it's back up. Again, it's still struggling. I'm going to get back up on screen here. for you guys so that you can see that again. So yeah, again, guys, yeah, this camera, we are getting a direct feed from the power plant through this camera. It does look like there is so many connections trying to connect to the primary feed of this camera at this time that the connection has been degraded. We are getting a decrease in frame rate, but we are still going to keep an eye on this camera here as the situation unfolds here at the nuclear plant. This is directly from the International Atomic Energy Association. They just put out a statement a few moments ago. The director general of the International Atomic Energy Association has spoken with Ukraine's prime minister and with Ukrainian nuclear regulators and the operator of the plant about the serious situation at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and appeals for the halt of use of force and warns of severe danger if the reactors are hit. That is directly from the International Atomic Energy Association just moments ago. Clennon, who is over in the Discord monitoring pollution, air pollution monitoring sites, says that after the fires have broken out here near the reactors, we have seen an increase of 2 to 5 points in the air quality sensors, a decrease in the air quality sensors. It's a 2 to 5 point increase in air particulate levels at this time. That's most likely from the smoke that you are seeing rising up from the area here. Yeah, again, guys, we are having conflicting reports about the firefighters on the ground. We did have a report that said there was confirmation of them on the ground there. However, we're about 90% certain that the firefighters would have been turned away or would have turned away themselves from the conflict area, because we were seeing an aggressive amount of exchange of gunfire in the area, as well as explosions that were occurring. So there are conflicting reports that they are fighting the fire. Again, we'll bring you guys more confirmed details on that as we get them. It does look like that fire may have been extinguished. Reports are now, though, there is still active fires occurring on the ground at the plant. Again, guys, conflicting reports coming out, but we're going to get you guys more information on that as soon as we possibly can. Yeah, again, for everybody just tuning in, we did see the firefighters coming towards the plant earlier. It did look like they had been turned away by the Russian forces that were there on the ground. We also have reports that say that they were turned away. However, there is other conflicting information that has come out that says that possibly they could be on the ground in some areas of the plant currently fighting the fires. That is unlikely, though, given that the conflict is still ongoing on the ground there. You can see some of those car alarms still going off as explosions occur on the site here at the nuclear power plant. So it does look like the connection has stabilized from our camera here. We are getting a consistent feed in now for you. So yeah, we are keeping a close eye on Kiev. I do have this camera brought up full screen for you guys, so we can keep an eye on what is happening here at this power plant, though. But do not worry, we are keeping very close eye on Kiev tonight, and we will be bringing you guys on updates on that as well. It does look like at this time there has been a small amount of firefighting staff allowed into the facility. We are still unsure on that. It is confirmed that the Ukrainian defenses are still contesting the power plant at this moment. In fact, you could see some Russian forces there on the ground in the center on that road. They are currently contesting the area. There's reports that there are Ukrainian forces in that building towards the right side. We believe we are going to see either a further offensive here from the Russians in the coming minutes, or it's possible we will see a Ukrainian counterattack to help try to repel them out of the nuclear facility and the territory nearby. Um, Again, guys, we're going to have to get some more concrete information as it comes in here. This situation is updating by the very second. I'm bringing you guys every report that I get, and then we're going to kind of comb through um, and get you guys the verified, confirmed information as we go. Another report just now, President Joe Biden has just wrapped up a phone call with President Zelensky. They were speaking about the fire at the nuclear plant. It was among the things discussed. Fighting is underway at the nuclear power plant. Again, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. The mayor has reported that there is a fire there, again, consistent with the other reports we've been getting. Another thing to keep in mind here, guys, is the majority of these fires are currently occurring out of the frame of this camera view. We are about anywhere in the range of 60 to 80% sure there are at least some firefighters on the ground at this time at the nuclear power plant. Again, guys, just to confirm some information coming in here, it still is not. We are still not sure on the radiation levels or if there has been any contamination around. We have got some very conflicting reports. Is there the possibility that this will explode? No, it's not going to detonate, but there is a possibility this could a meltdown could occur, or at the at the least we could see a we could see a compromise of that radioactive fuel storage. Again, we still don't have any concrete information. We do know that there are fires still burning here at the plant, and that the plant is still being contested over by the Russians and the Ukrainian Defense Forces. They are still fighting for the plant at this time. Okay, guys, so some information here. It does look like from the head of the regional state administration that nuclear safety of the plant has been ensured. However, that is hard to guarantee since there is ongoing exchanges of gunfire happening there. We do know that at this time the plant is still being contested between the Russians and the Ukrainians. This just out from the International Atomic Energy Agency. They say, one second here. The regulator tells the agency that there has been no change reported in radiation levels at this time at the nuclear power plant. They are still waiting to get more updates on that, but that is good news. It does look like the radiation levels are consistent there at this time. But again, the fighting is still ongoing, and there is still fires burning on the ground at the plant. So we're going to have to wait to get more information for you. Again, you guys can see the car alarm still blaring there. There are still Russian forces in center view there, currently contesting over this area of the plant territory. We did hear that there was possibly some Ukrainian defense forces in that building to the right-hand side, and there was some exchanges of gunfire happening a short while ago. So some other reporting here from the government of Ukraine. They say the Russian army is firing from all sides upon the nuclear power plant, the largest power plant in Europe. Fire has already broken out. Again, the report that it will be 10 times larger than Chernobyl, I do not think that is consistent at all. From what we have seen, the safety systems in place here should allow for a full emergency shutdown. However, the possibility of nuclear fuel being struck still remains high, which could have the possibility of spreading this material around the immediate area. It does look like that feed has gone down now. I'll see again if we can get that back up for you guys. But it does look like our feed from the power plant has has gone down at this time. So we're going to switch back over to our situation room here, and we will try to get that feed back up for you guys out of the power plant. It does look like the feed has now officially gone offline. Possibly the Russians took that camera feed down. That is most likely. Either that or the connection has been severed from the plant location. Yeah, if anybody in the Discord is listening does have an alternate feed, let me know. But it does look like our primary feed from that cam has gone down at this time. So we're going to try to get another camera up for you guys here for our cam 4 slot, and possibly we could locate one near to the site. We're going to try to find that now. Apparently, somebody's saying the power plant website is down as well. I'll have to check that out. I'm not sure on that. Again, if we have any alternate cams, we will get those up on screen for you guys. Stand by while we try to source another feed. Yep, so it does look like we are getting reports that the feeds, all of the feeds from that power plant have gone offline. Some people are saying it came back online now. Okay, I'll refresh it. See if we can get it back up and operational. Yeah, it still looks like it is offline at this time. Again, I'm going to continue trying to get through to that feed so we can get that back up for you guys from the nuclear power plant there. Some people saying the connection to it is all over the place. Yeah, I'm not seeing it up at all here. Definitely looks like it has gone down at this time. Yeah, so I am seeing some looped feeds. I'm not seeing any actual feeds here of the plant. Yeah, I am seeing some looped footage that some people are streaming. Yeah, that is not real footage, though. Okay, I'm looking to get that back up for you guys. Yeah, so, okay, I have been informed the direct feed for that cam has gone offline, so just keep that in mind for any viewers who are possibly looking at a power plant feed cam. There are a few that I've just been sent that are fake. They are looped footage from earlier this evening. It does look like that feed has been cut, most likely by the Russian forces on the ground there. We will keep monitoring the situation on the ground at that power plant. Again, though, at this time, it looks like we do not have We do not have that feed up. Excuse me, guys. Trying to clear my throat there. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does look like there is still fires happening at the plant. Yeah, again, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, it does look like we still have fires happening at the plant here, guys. We are still trying to get an alternative feed. It doesn't look like there is any other video feeds out of that area at this time. Yeah, sorry, guys. After talking for a few hours straight, there it can get a little bit dry. Apologies to all the headphone users. Okay, some other people saying the camera is back up. Again, I'm not seeing that here. I am on the nuclear plant official page, and we are not seeing that stream back up from them. It does look like that feed is still down. Yes, we did lose the feed to the nuclear power plant for everybody that's just tuning in. Yeah, we are also seeing that it could be that the entire video was actually removed. However, it could be that that live stream just isn't available at this time. Somebody's saying the plant website is back up. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, I'm trying to get a replacement cam here for us to go into cam 4. Again, here's a tweet showing just another map here of the location. The camera we were viewing is here, facing this way. Here's that center road we were watching. This is reported to be a museum. However, it is also an administrative and educational building for the plant itself. These here are reactors that you see here. And then they also have radioactive spent fuel storage areas in and around the site. I'm not exactly sure as to where those are positioned on the ground here, but we do have confirmation that there is spent fuel stored on the site, and the chance of a direct hit to either that fuel storage or to the reactors still remains very high. Again, we don't have a camera feed. It does look like I possibly have a feed coming up here. We're not sure if this is current or not. Again, we will keep it on screen while I get that confirmed. Yeah, some people are confirming that it is a loop. Okay, we're gonna get that off there then, because we do not we don't want to have any bad cams on. It's funny. As soon as this went down, we saw 15 fake cams immediately come up. Yeah, we believe that this is a fake camera. Hold on, let me check I'm gonna check the timestamps. I believe that this is 409. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna look into this cam again here. I do see the smoldering coming from the building on the right side, like we saw a short while ago. Yeah, it looks like that is a looped feed, so we are going to get that out of here. Again, guys, there is a large amount of misinformation floating around, and as I said, as soon as we saw that primary feed go down, we saw 5 fake feeds pop up. Okay, so I have another feed here up out of Kiev through CNN. So we do have that CNN feed up now. So we're going to keep that on screen for you guys. Again, I am looking for another feed of the power plant or for that primary feed to come back up. At this time, it does not look like that is going to occur, though. It does look like that feed has been taken down by the advancing Russian forces as they gain control over the power plant here at this time. Again, though, we don't have concrete information on if the Russian forces have officially taken control over the plant. Last reports that came in said that they were still contesting over the area. So again, we will be bringing you guys more concrete information as we get that in. Currently, we're listening to audio coming out of Kiev. So people that are concerned about Odessa, we are going to get some feeds up in Odessa tonight as the threat there looms of an attack on the city in Odessa. Again, we were just covering the unfolding situation at that nuclear power plant. We will continue to bring you guys those updates. At this time, I'm going to be taking a short break. I suggest you guys do as well. We'll be meeting back here in just a short while. In the meantime, we're going to be keeping an eye on Kiev here. We have audio coming in out of Kiev, out of the city of Kiev here. We have audio as well as these feeds coming in. We have Victory Square here by our Ukrainian correspondent, Mehmet, aka Yoru, who was on the show last night. We might have him on later as well. Hope you're staying safe on the ground there, Mehmet. We have another feed here out of Kiev, as well as our primary feed here out of the square in Kiev. And we have Camp 4 is also out of Kiev. This is Nova Kharkova here. Again, guys, we'll be bringing you more updates here in just a few minutes, so stand by for those. So, guys, we do have some other reports that have come out now that say that the safety at the plant has been compromised. There are people on the ground right now working on the situation. Again, that camera feed, was cut from the plant. We believe the Russians did take down that camera feed. So if anybody is uh, watching a feed right now, no, it's most likely looped or faked footage. We were getting the feed directly from the plant itself, and it does look like that feed has gone down at this time. Some intel analysts over in the Discord are about 60% certain some sort of breach has occurred at the nuclear site. It was confirmed that the fire was in that training building. Earlier, I had mentioned that it was possibly a training and educational building that the fire was in. That has been confirmed. It was their educational building for the plant staff. Again, we are getting more information that is trickling in now. Again, we are tracking Forte 10. I don't believe it's under that call sign tonight, but it is a RQ-4 Global Hawk that is in the skies now along the Ukrainian border, and we are keeping an eye on that. Yeah, so we have heard reports that that one of the reactors was on fire. However, it had been shut down. It was currently under construction. However, there was still the possibility of nuclear fuel being inside. One of the big concerns here seems to be not only just the safety for the plant workers and all the personnel that is on site there tonight, but of course, also there's a danger that some of the nuclear waste storage on site could be damaged, which could possibly release some nuclear waste into the environment. For those asking, yes, it is true. It is the largest nuclear plant, not only in Ukraine, but I believe in Europe. It currently affects, it provides 25% of Ukrainian electricity, so this is a big deal if it does get taken offline. We're not sure as to how many of the plants or reactors, more specifically, are currently online and providing power to the grid. We have people looking into that right now, and we will get you guys some further updates on that as we get them. So here's a video directly from the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky. I'm going to get that up on screen here for you guys now. So stand by for that. This is a tweet and a video he put out just a short while ago here, about exactly 10 minutes ago. It is in Ukrainian, however, I do have a translation.
Атомні блоки. Це танки, обладнані тепловізорами. Тобто вони знають, куди стріляють. Вони до цього готувались. Жодна держава, окрім Росії, ніколи.
I'll go ahead and read the translation here that I have of that. It says, one second, let me get this up. Europe must be awake. Russian tanks shoot nuclear blocks. They know where to shoot. They were preparing for this. There are 6 power units. 1 exploded in Chernobyl. Ukraine has 15 nuclear power units. I believe he's calling it. He's speaking of the power stations themselves. So that, again, that's from the words of President Zelensky, confirming that one of the Chernobyl sites, one of the sites in Chernobyl, had been struck recently. That's why we were seeing the increase in radiation in that area. However small, there definitely was a leak in radioactive material at the exclusion zone, in and around the exclusion zone. Again, guys, this video just from President Zelensky says, again, Europe must wake up. Russian tanks shoot nuclear blocks. I believe he means at the nuclear sites themselves. They know where to shoot. They were preparing for this. There are 6 power units in place. Ukraine has 15 nuclear power stations. So again, guys, yeah, we are going to see a continuation of them looking to take control of these nuclear power sites in Ukraine, as we saw the other day for the Battle of Chernobyl. For those of you that don't know, there is still an active nuclear reactor in Chernobyl. The ones that were damaged in the 80s, of course, had been shut down and encased. However, there was still one there, up and operational. That was taken in the Battle of Chernobyl just earlier this week. And now we have seen another nuclear power plant come under fire here, in an attempt by the Russians to take control. Again, guys, we're still getting more updates in. I'm going to keep doing some work here in the background. I'm going to get you guys a report ready. We are also looking at the situation on the ground outside of Kiev. So we are paying attention to multiple areas and multiple situations that are unfolding in Ukraine tonight. So again, guys, I'm here in the background. I'm getting some updates ready for you, so stand by for those. Again, for those just tuning in, we are listening to the audio from Kiev. Some people have been asking what the audiograph is. The audiograph, some people have been requesting that we implement this instead of the Twitter feed we had scrolling before. The audiograph will help in identifying explosion sounds and gunfire from the audio coming through in Kiev here, and will help with correlating that data to the video as well. So, for anybody that is wondering about that, that is an audiograph there. Currently monitoring the 2 channels of audio we have coming out of Kiev. For those wondering, yes, I have been speaking to Mehmet on the ground. We've been calling him our Ukrainian correspondent. He is the one that is currently operating camera number 2 out of the Victory Square there in Kiev. I've been speaking to him tonight sporadically. I'll be bringing you guys some updates from Mehmet here shortly. A little bit of insight into what's going on the ground in Ukraine tonight. I also have some other reports that we've gotten out of the outskirts of Kiev on the location and status on those Russian troop positions. So we're going to be bringing you guys information on that situation as well. So stand by. This is a photo somebody had taken from the stream earlier, guys. When the camera operator had turned. This possibly shows that fire at one of the nuclear reactor buildings that we were speaking of earlier. So Wiz over on the Discord here has okay. So yeah, he has confirmed the location of the spent fuel storage. It is here on the map. The red dot here is the location of the camera. These are the reactors here, and this is the spent fuel drying storage area right there. Again, I can pan over here. Again, the camera was here, and these are the reactor buildings here. One of them is believed to be damaged at this time and possibly on fire. We are still waiting to get more information on if they have put out all the fires there, but I'll bring you guys those updates as I get them. I just wanted to show you guys the location of that dry storage. So it is nearby, and all of this nuclear all of these nuclear systems and material are definitely within the danger area. For those interested, we do have some maps for radiation monitoring. We believe the monitoring sites have been shut down around the plant. However, if you guys would like to look at those sources, you can find those in the Open Source Intelligence Tools channel over on the Discord server. There's also a lot of this information being shared in the general chat right now. If you guys would like to look at any of these photos I have showed you tonight.
Bike said took a break for half an hour. Chernobyl is on fire? Pineapple said moderator locked those guys.
All right, guys. So a quick update. I spoke to Yoru earlier, our camera operator for Cam 2, who is on the ground in Ukraine. I just wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of things that I spoke with him about earlier. I asked him if he was, first of all, if he was doing okay. He said he's doing good. He's trying to keep his mind busy. He said earlier he was watching our broadcast on the nuclear power plant. He was trying to keep informed on the news of what was going on there. He said he has heard one explosion tonight in Kiev. He's not sure where it was, but he is right in the city center. And he says if I hear an explosion, it's most likely close to me, because when he's inside the building, it tends to muffle a lot of the explosions that are further out of the city. But he said he did hear one large explosion earlier this evening. I'm unsure the exact time that occurred. He said, I didn't know exactly where it was targeted. He says, I will go out tomorrow. He had left really late today to go and take a walk around. I asked him any updates on the movement to Kiev. He said they have put up the barricades on all roads. Almost all streets in the center are closed. They control all of the flow of vehicles that are going through the city. He said that during the daytime, though, there was quite a lot of civilian vehicles. There was even still some Uber-like taxis, moving around Kiev, and that those were operational and working today. He said, I'm not sure if people are trying to get away from Kiev. He said, though, a concerning thing that he noticed was that Mikhailish, I can't really pronounce it, Veska Square had at least 15 to 20 buses there. I have no idea why they are being held there. I'm trying to find out about it, said Yoru. So that is some updates from our friend on the ground there, Yoru. And we will be keeping updated with him. We might speak to him later this evening. Dasha, the cat, is doing good. Again, guys, I will be bringing you some more updates out of Kiev here shortly. I've just been kind of keeping an eye on what's going on here around this nuclear plant. Yeah, for those asking, the Ukrainian forces have blocked the roads. They have set up barricades and stuff so that when the Russians do advance on the city, they will be able to hopefully stop that advance on the city. So that's the reason why they've put up those barricades. Again, at this moment, we are still keeping up to date on the plant. We haven't had any new updates yet at this time. I'll keep you guys informed on the situation at that nuclear plant. Last we had heard, the plant operators were in negotiations with the Russians. They were trying to get the situation under control on the ground. We believe that the Ukrainians are still there trying to repel the Russians. However, that is unconfirmed again at this time. The camera is still down. We do not have any eyes on what is going on there. Our feed had been cut at the nuclear facility. Again, we will keep eyes on that, and we'll be bringing you guys updates here as we get them. Another update from Glennon over on the Discord. She says sensors around the plant. There's been no change in radiation levels since around 10:19 p.m. Eastern. No further sensors have gone offline and are updating as normal. Air pollution sensors have risen more, probably due to the smoke in the area. Current wind is 11 miles an hour blowing to the southeast. Again, we're keeping updated on the radiation levels on the ground there. Again, for those just tuning in, we have added a audio visualizer spectrometer up in the top of the screen there in replace of our live Twitter feed that we had. This is helping us monitor the audio levels coming out of the 2 channels of audio we have in Kiev here. We just saw what looked to be an emergency vehicle heading across Kiev there. Again, we're keeping an eye on what's going on the ground here. Looks like they might have lost power there in Nova. Yeah, looks like they lost power there in Nova Kharkova just now on that camera. I have an update here, guys, from the spokesperson at the power plant. They say fighting has stopped near the power plant and radiation levels are currently normal. Fighting has stopped near the plant. Background radiation levels are currently normal as a fire continued at the facility. This is the plant has not sustained any critical damage, although only one power generation unit of the 6 is currently operational. In an earlier post, they said at least one power generating unit at the plant was struck in the fighting. A lot of technical equipment was hit. Firefighters were met with guns. Ukrainian officials said firefighters were unable to access the nuclear plant. Said when firefighters initially arrived, they were met with guns and turned away. The nuclear plant, of course, is the biggest in Europe. According to the plant's website, it supports 1/5 of the total electric power generated in Ukraine. The nuclear plant has 6 units in total, with the first one connected to the power grid in 1984 and the 6th one connected in 1995. So again, there only one of the power generation units is currently active. I'm not sure if that is why we're seeing some other power outages here in and around Ukraine. It does look like power may have just gone out here in Nova Kharkova. That could be due to the sun coming up, maybe turning off the lights a little bit earlier than usual. I'm not sure, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Again, for anybody interested, the plant's camera is still down at this time. The live stream, for the camera is still down at the plant. So if you guys see any footage floating around of that, it is fake. There are people looping the streams, so keep that in mind. If we do get the official feed up from the plant, we will put it on screen again for you guys. So stand by. All right. Again, guys, for everybody that's just tuning in, thank you so much for stopping by the stream tonight and following along with us. We are currently hearing audio out of both Cam 1 and Cam 2. Those audio streams are both coming out of Kiev live. We currently have 4 Kiev cams on screen, Cam 5, 2, 1, and 4. Cam 3 is out of Nova Kharkova, and we are keeping an eye on both the situation at the nuclear power plant, the situation ongoing in and around Kiev, and the situation ongoing on the southern coast of Ukraine, especially Odessa. There's a large probability that the Russians are going to attack Odessa today. There's been a lot of movement of Russian naval hardware in and around the southern coast, so we are expecting some activity to occur there in Odessa today. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that, as well as what's going on here, both in Kiev and at that power plant. Sunrise is around 6:36 today. So we're just coming to dawn here in Kiev, almost at the top of the hour here, 5:47 a.m. Kiev time. Again, guys, for everybody that's just tuning in, the audio graph you are seeing at the top monitors audio coming from our 2 channels of audio in Kiev. It helps with a visual representation when we are hearing shots and explosions. The flight radar, we are currently tracking our Northrop Grumman RQ-4 Global Hawk. That is an unmanned surveillance drone by the U.S. Air Force that is currently patrolling over the eastern region around Ukraine, around the Baltic states, Romania, Poland, Germany. It does look like it might be heading back down at this time towards its origin point down here in Italy. We also have an RC-135V, call sign Homer 51, that is up in the air at this time, so we're going to keep an eye on that, as well as some other aircraft. We have an E-3 Sentry up in the air in the region currently, and a Stratotanker as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that aircraft activity, as well as the situation that is ongoing here on the ground in Ukraine. We don't have any further updates for you guys here out of the power plant. We are hearing, the latest news is we were hearing that the fire has at least been started to put out. We're going to bring you more on that as the situation develops. Still don't have concrete information about what's going on the ground at that power plant at this time, but when we do, we will bring it to you guys as soon as possible.
Lucas Tomlinson joins me now with new reporting on that fire we just talked about at the nuclear power plant. What do you have?
Well, Jesse, that's not just the largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine. It's the largest in Europe. It's the top 10 largest in the world. So these reports of fire there are very serious. You just heard from General Keane about this is clearly an attempt by the Russian forces to perhaps shut down power. Know that this reactor, you can scram, it has a kill switch. You can shut down the power without setting off major alarms, but it's certainly something to look at. We're watching actually some imagery right now. It doesn't look like we can see flames right now, but it's certainly, we are seeing some flames right now. My colleague is telling me there are some flames at the reactor. Now, going back to what the general said about those troops from the Far East, Jesse, Russia is 11 time zones. So those forces coming from the Far East, from the Sea of Japan, that's 11 time zones and over 5,000 miles. Now, speaking of that convoy that's been stuck in the mud and having some logistical issues, it just personifies the issues that have been plaguing the Russian military from the start. As the general mentioned, Vladimir Putin is certainly doubling, tripling down by potentially calling up reserves. What I'm hearing from sources on the ground is that the food is terrible. Many of these food items are expired. And what's happening? Those Russian soldiers are looting grocery stores. I've even spoken to locals who have family members who Russian troops have gone into their house, Jesse, to take everything off the shelves.
Yeah, we're also hearing some reports. A former Army engineer and contractor said it looks like all the tires were blown out on a lot of these vehicles because they weren't maintained pre-invasion. And they hit the mud and they hit the sunlight and they blew up, and they're garbage now, and they're stalled out and they can't move, and there's no tire resources that they can just call in and switch them out. They're cooked. So that could explain why they've been just dead in the mud for almost a week. Lucas Tomlinson, thank you so much for that reporting. We appreciate it.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
To everybody tuning in, again, thank you for watching and following along. I'm currently getting another round of updates together for you guys in the background. We have had a little bit of a lull in the news over the past hour or so after this nuclear power plant was taken by the Russians. We are still getting updates in on that at this time. However, as I said, I'm currently preparing an update to give you guys, and I will be with you shortly. We're coming on to dawn here at about 20 minutes past the hour. It's currently 6:20 a.m. Kiev time, and as you can see, the sun is coming up over Ukraine. Kiev stands another day. Looks like I'm going to need to get Cam 5 refreshed for you guys, so stand by, and I'll get that taken care of as well.
Европе и которые хотят идти в украинского народа. Государственный комитет деоккупации ЧРИ готов приступить к формированию добровольческих отрядов из числа граждан ЧРИ для отправки